society in the long term, right? You want the individual formal legal rights, right? But you also want the egalitarianism that dismantles the sources of scarcity thinking to which fascism appeals, right? And if you don't disable the sources of scarcity thinking, you'll get the Nietzschean eternal return of the figure of the vile Trumpian character.
Yeah. And here's the thing, it's like, it's not like property rights. Okay, if we're talking about individuals like families and their property rights, I'm all about that. But liberals are about corporate property rights. Like they treat corporations like they're a person. The idea of treating a corporation like a human being is fucking insane to me.
Citizens United, baby.
Dude, one easy fix for our situation in this country, at least one of the fixes, is to ban corporations from being able to purchase any residential property and any agricultural property. They have no business purchasing residential property at all.
Yeah. But the Supreme Court ruled in Citizens United that corporations are people and people can buy residential property.
And that was during the Reagan era, correct?
No, dude, that was like 10 years ago. That's when shit started getting really gnarly.
I thought that was in the Reagan period.
No, it's been building since Reagan with his fucking Marty Friedman, whatever the fuck that economist name was. But here's Citizens United. This is where everything started going to shit real fast. In 2010, the Supreme Court decision further titled political influence towards wealthy donors and corporations. So in 2020 was a decade since Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission, a controversial decision that reversed century-old campaign finance restrictions and enabled corporations and other outside groups to spend unlimited funds on elections, because it used to be capped. So it used to be just like single wealthy donors that could make unlimited contributions, but now corporations can do it. Yeah.
That's insane. I thought, I got that all wrong. I thought that it's insane. Yeah. And it's funny is nobody in politics mentions that. They don't want to reverse that. So all these Democrats who stand on their moral high horse for citizens, all right, put your money where your mouth is. Go against that. Try to reverse that ruling. We won't do it. Let's before you log off, let's look at these comments. Enjoy these comments that I recorded on from
these new images, and I want you to take a look at them, of the suspect wanted in the fatal shooting of the United Healthcare CEO.
All right. A comment. His name is Brian Thompson. Sad he took his own life. Trust nobody, not even yourself. If you see this man, no, you didn't. Crazy how that looks like no one I've ever seen. Almost like three raccoons.
Brian Thompson. Here you can see.
I've never seen this woman.
A lot clearer.
My
his
insurance
face
didn't cover my eye surgery. Can't see anything.
These are the two pictures. Take a look at that. This one, he's smiling. This is with the.
I heard Brian Thompson was already in custody.
There's a complete difference.
This old guy. Why do you keep showing these blank photos?
Mask off.
Hang on. Yeah. So what I do like is that there's a complete difference of personality between Instagram comment sections and TikTok comment sections. They're both good, but except one's more millennial humor and this one's more like Gen Z.
Second picture.
That's
still
true.
The mask off.
Clearly not him. Had different backpack and different jacket and faces off. That looks nothing like Brian Thompson.
Not smiling, but you can see a much clearer photo, especially.
That's not him. And even if it is, it's not. And final video, how the working force treats the dude who upped it on the United Health CEO.
Impossible, see the invisible. Row, row, fight the power, touch the untouchable, break the unbreakable. Row, row, fight the power, power to the deeps, power for the dreams. Still missing piece, scattering so incomplete. With me that once incredible soldier from underground. See how easy they all fall down. Digging through the core to see the light. Let's get out of here, babe. That's the way to survive. Got top of the head. I'm on the set. Do the impossible. Don't you wanna bet? Cause a lot of things change. We be waiting in vain. If we wanna get.
Yeah. And you know, speaking of superheroes, and I'm going to end on this, Batman as a concept is the most fucked up bullshit. You have a billionaire, and what does he do? He violently beats up on petty street crime. Don't go after the actual criminals, the other billionaires. It's literally billionaire propaganda.
Dude, we're gonna do next FAF. Don't let me forget this. We're gonna cover the Avengers and how the Avengers is a total fucking psyop on the military-industrial complex.
Oh, 100%,
It is.
but yes.
It's we're gonna cover that, man. And I want to grieve about Black Panther, the movie. Oh god, that movie pissed me off. And I was kind of looking forward to it. I
don't watch superhero movies.
I don't either. I just the only one. After I saw that one, I was like, dude, this is fucking stupid. It's. I'll play it. I'll play it. We'll play some clips of it next time, and we'll cover the Avengers next.
Did it just come out or something?
No. Black Panther came out like I don't know, fucking 7 years ago or some shit.
Okay.
But I was watching it in theater, and I was like, here's the stupidest shit about that movie. I walked out. I'm like, dude, that was fucking dumb. Because you have Wakanda, which is an African country, with a natural resource, vibranium, which is this very, very rare natural resource, and they've created this autonomous society, well advanced in the future. And the CIA is the good guy in the movie, helping them out. Yeah, an African country has a natural resource, and they become autonomous and self-sufficient.
CIA is like, you need to keep this. You need to keep this, and you need to take care of your people in your country, and do not let anyone take it from you.
The CIA guy in the movie literally did the opposite of what the CIA does to African countries, and it was total BS. I'm like, that is so fucking blatantly stupid and psyopy.
The CIA did not kill Patrice Lumumba.
Yeah. It's like Wakanda
definitely didn't do that. I'm the CIA guy in the Avengers movie, and I know.
Yeah, Wakanda is literally the Congo, except in an alternative reality where the CIA is the good guy. That's basically what it is. So, yeah. Next time we're covering the Avengers.
All right. Well, thoughts and prayers out of network to Brian Thompson, and may the wind fill your sails, whoever that guy was, who was not actually a guy. It was a woman and 3 raccoons in a coat.
And other CEOs were helping him. So go investigate the other CEOs.
All right, yo, it's been a fucking week. Everyone's exhausted. I had the flu. Also had to bury Bandit. Rest in peace, Bandit. He didn't make it.
R.I.P. Bandit.
So it's been a whole fucking week. Spent fucking Thanksgiving, 4 hours on Thanksgiving digging a grave in the frozen ground. So yeah. Anyways, this hasn't been the most fun fuck around Fridays. I'm sorry, y'all, but we did cover a lot of ground. Mostly about that one guy. We'll start doing go bags and other fun stuff. So
absolutely
keep on keeping on. Syria is going to keep kicking off. We're going to be back next week to talk about that. But have a good weekend if you can. And we, as always, will see you next week.
Power to all the people. All power to the people.
Indeed.
Should we play this clip of Hassan because it's a little inspirational one?
Sure.
We should make it a little bit, and then we'll do a Russell Brand. We may have to replay the Hassan clip after that. Hassan went to Cambridge, not the one in Massachusetts, but the one over on the other side of the pond, as it were.
This is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank, using only their imaginations as guides through a silent audio masterpiece. Now, here we sit listening at full volume, and our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
Incoming airstrike. Kamala that's hunting. Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the
I'm taking a chance cause I like you a lot, so I'll give it a shot, give it all that I got. La-di-da-di-da, la-di-da-di-dee. Suddenly you call my name and I lose my brain and I float up to the moon. La-di-da. I'm taking a chance cause I like you a lot, so I'll give it a shot, give it all that I got. La-di-da-di-da, la-di-da-di-dee. Suddenly you call my name and I lose my brain and I float up to the moon. La-di-da. I'm taking a chance cause I like you a lot.
The Tim Dillon Show post. Thanksgiving extravaganza. I hope you and your family had a nice time. I do. We kid around a lot on this show and we talk about some very dark things. But I hope you and your family had a good time at Thanksgiving. Because you know what most families are doing right now instead of having Thanksgiving? And I'm actually a little disturbed by this. Most families they're doing away with the turkey and they're just having sex with each other. Most families.
So we'll give it a shot, give it all that I got. La-di-da-di-da, la-di-da-di-dee. Suddenly you call my...
At the end of the day, when somebody is that contradictory, what it comes down to for Joe, how he makes voting decisions, is vibes. And I am waging war on vibes-based voters because it's not tenable and it's not serious. And there's zero paying attention to the extremism of Trump, the extremism of Republicans. Now he's cocooned himself in a right-wing echo chamber. I don't know if you saw this, but recently he said he's going to go to Mar-a-Lago to do some podcasts and Trump may pop in every now and then. And it's like, could you imagine if a comedian was like, I'm going to go hang out with Joe Biden at his vacation house in Delaware on Rehoboth Beach, and maybe he'll pop in every now and then. He would get roasted.
Here is a take on social media that you have never heard before, unless, of course, you follow me already, in which case...
Masculinity is a prison from which you will never never escape, even though the key is and always has been in your hands. All right? You don't hate me because I'm different. You hate me because I stepped outside and I left you in your cage.
I'll be tagging that creator below. Go show that video some love because, yeah, they read them to filth. And to be quite honest, that is my exact attitude as of late, because I used to be an advocate for, like, I know it's going to sound so bad, but hear me out. I used to be an advocate for, like, the man's ability to self-express himself, because I figured out one day, as someone who was raised under hyper-masculine guys.
Question.
Where's the furnace? We need to smelt our iron. Where's back here? No, I used to work here.
Sorry.
No, trust me, I know the vibes.
Sorry.
We're looking for the furnace.
I'm taking a chance.
Here is it.
Where's the furnace? We need to smelt our iron. Where's back here? No, I used to work here.
Sorry.
No, trust me, I know the vibes.
Sorry.
We're looking for the furnace.
Sorry.
You know where the furnace is? Oh, right there. Here, throw your. Can we throw our iron in here? Can we smelt our iron in here? We could smelt it in here. Our iron.
Sorry.
We have coal. No, we have coal. We could put it in the smelt. Yeah, we have our own coal. Yeah. No, I understand. We're not gonna take your iron or your diamonds or anything. We have our own. Yeah. We have our own iron and like our gold. We could smelt it ourselves.
Please.
We just need to borrow your furnace. We don't have enough cobblestone yet, miss. We don't have enough cobblestone yet. We don't have enough cobblestone yet.
Let's go with me. Please, get out. You need to let him cook. You need to let him
You need to let Minecraft Steve smelt. Where's the furnace? We need a person?
No, I wanted to meet in person so we could take our time, talk about this.
How did this even happen? What is wrong with you?
Oh, poor Robin.
Oh my God! David, what is wrong with you?
I mean,
what am I thinking?
Robin,
My mom is practically your mom. Ew!
Chill out. I'm sorry.
God.
No.
David, why?
No, it was on moving day.
What the f*** on moving day? What are you talking about?
Whoa. Let me tell you how it happened. This is how it went, okay?
Oh, God.
Okay. So, on the day I helped your mom move, we were about halfway done with getting the things inside the house, and there was something that she was having I think it was like, she was bending over to like try to lift it.
Oh my God!
Like, she sort of said, and she like looked at me, and
Ew,
I mean, we
disgusting.
didn't mean to kiss, but like once we did, it was all over.
Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up.
Robin, take a deep breath.
I'm gonna pass out. This is not happening.
Look, Robin, I get it. I'm sorry, but like we're just people, and like we're attracted to each other.
No,
I mean,
no, you're not just people. That's my mom, David. That's my mom.
Yeah, I know she's your mom, but Gloria is also a very sensual being.
Are you just messing with Robin now, David? Why would you say that?
I mean, we're just humans, and it's not a big deal, Robin.
David, is this really worth risking your relationship with this entire family?
It totally is. She is just like, we are so happy. It's amazing. So
she's known you since you were a baby. That's so up.
Robin, I think that's part of the reason it works is that we've known each other for so long. Like, we're already connected.
That's disgusting. David, you're so sick, and my mom is disgusting too.
Hey.
Don't talk about her.
Yeah, you don't talk about Gloria like that.
Oh my
She
God.
is a beam of light in this dark world, and you know it.
Well, shut up. This is none of your business. I'm sorry I even called this radio station.
Dude,
it's ridiculous.
Robin!
Like, it was your mom's idea that I be the one to tell you because she knew it would be really messed up if she was breaking the news to you.
It is so messed up between the two of you.
I think if you just give this a little time, and when you see us together and how happy we are together. You know, all of us, you, me, Gloria, we can all sit down together
No, I can't.
as a
No,
family
I can't.
and talk over
No.
dinner.
No, I can't talk about this anymore. I'm ending this call right now, and I'm calling my mom because I can't do this anymore. I'm done.
I mean, she'll be over later if you just want to come over to my place. And
No, she's not. She's not coming over to your house. I'm calling my mom right now. You're never. No.
All right. Well, okay, Robin. Well, we'll let you go. Call your mom and see if you can intercept her before she gets to her new boyfriend's house.
Yeah, I'm going to call my mom right now. Unbelievable.
All right, Robin. Take care. Keep us updated on the situation, okay?
I feel so bad for you.
She's gone. Hey, David, are you still there too?
Oh, David.
I feel bad, man. I didn't want it to go this way, but I mean, it is what it is.
Really, probably not a whole lot of ways that could have gone.
Are you sure you want to date the mom? This just sounds like too much, man.
I mean, if you met her, you'd fall in love with her.
She sounds amazing. I understand, David. You take care too, okay?
Yeah, you too, brother.
All right, go get him, Tiger.
Brooke and Jubal in the morning.
Her missing, but then later became a prime suspect in his wife's own murder.
All right, let me ask you.
I do think people really listen. Just like my experience around New York City, even like the past few days, like people have been so respectful. Like no one has been creepy to me or like harassed me. It's been like I feel very heard and like it feels good. And I think that it's hard for artists to speak up because they're so scared.
Do you mind if I talk about my knee surgery first?
Not at all.
This is the person they are looking.
I'm taking a chance cause I like you a lot, so I'll give it a shot, give it all that I got. La-di-da-di-da, la-di-da.
Young boys are turning conservative. We need you to influence them.
I think we as Americans need reality checks, like, often, about just how fucked over we are getting by capitalism. Like, our government is getting away with shit that most other countries would riot in the street over daily, and here it's like just taken as commonplace and normal. For example, this person was like, yeah, where I'm from in South America, Democrats would be considered far right because not even our moderate right-wingers would agree with not having public education, healthcare, or having that degree of military spending. Like, this is the reality check we as Americans need. Like, it is so deeply abnormal that we don't have public health care. The United States is literally the only country, like wealthy country on the planet without universal health care. You hear that and we're just like, yeah, it sucks here, blah, blah, blah. But like, really think about what that means. Something that is considered like a...
I am what is commonly known as a serial killer. I don't love that nomenclature. I sort of consider myself a murderer, but...
You can't say I gave up without saying I gay. So.
What are you going to do when you run out all the lyrics Kurt left for you? Oh.
No, what about that? No, that's going to mean. Now, what is the story? Now, why are you getting that right?
I think killing himself was a gift that he did for you. Your career.
Oh, get out of here.
No, I'll answer her.
All right, go ahead.
I'll talk to her.
Come on, Howard.
I'll talk to her. Let me talk to her. This is why I came. I had to deal with some of your constituency has this thing, and
all right, go ahead.
Deal with it.
Good.
It's so misogynist, especially from a girl. I'm so amazed at this. I mean, if you look at the lyrics from Pretty on the Inside and you look at even...
They sound exactly like Kurt.
Yeah, well, that was 2 years before I met him. And my ego is so big, sweetie. I would never... Why guys like me is because they get to steal from me.
Is it true that...
I don't know if this is too intellectual for you at your capacity, but no, seriously, no. Kurt's lyrics, as wonderful as they were really kind of simple and linear, and mine tend to be maybe a little more wordy. And I mean, take it to your English teacher and just compare.
I don't know about that, sweetheart. I don't know.
Good evening. Tonight's top story, not you, because you're a bottom. Good evening.
I'm not sure how old the dude is who's calling in for a second date update today, but judging from his email, he's just a little guy. Because it looks like his mom set him up on a play date. And that's where he met the girl that he wants to call today. His name is Avery. Avery, you there, big guy?
Hey, I'm not a little guy.
guy.
Okay. Are you a
I don't know how else to say this, but my husband.
Hey, Joan.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in.
Did you guys dial the right number?
I dialed the number that
Hey man, yes or no?
What are we doing?
Yes or no? Just pick yes or no. You're gonna love it.
Yes.
Take the paper, go ahead. Take the paper. You got $1. You could have gotten $100. It's a game. Go ahead and tear off that dollar and we can do it again, okay? Tear off the dollar, that's yours. You won. Okay, cool. Let's get ready to do it again. Yes or no? Big yes or no?
No.
Alright, go ahead. Pick it up. Take it. You just won some black tar heroin.
Wow, I love black tar. Some girl tells you she's about to kill herself if you break up with her. Props to you because your stroke game must have been crazy. You're a dog. But this is how you handle it. You said,
United Healthcare CEO, Brian.
La 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 la. I'm trying to lose the question. La 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 la.
EF Ultra.
Hi. Any idea why I'm calling you today?
I can't say I do. No.
You want to know, or should we just hang up?
I would love to know what's going on.
Well, we got an email about you from one of our listeners. That's why.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Red 40 seed oil alcohol bar. I feel my estrogen going up already. These are so easy to make and just as addicting as the average American diet. Let me show you how to make them. First, add in your alcohol of choice. I'm going gin. Then, of course, the heart-healthy seed.
And one day, just like that, we shut our eyes for the last time, and that would be it. Game over. And there's a pretty good chance that there's nothing after that. No do-overs, no second chances, just nothing. You cease to be. So why do we waste so much time waiting? Waiting to say how we feel, to chase what sets our soul on fire. What if, instead of fearing the end, we used it as a reason to start living? Because in the end, it's not about how long we're here. It's about how fully we choose to exist while we still can. And one day, just like that,
go.
Why stop shopping at big box grocery stores?
I'm sorry, who is this? You don't need to be gay. But we can cuddle.
I get this question all the time if these comfort hoodies and sweats are also designed.
Baby, you're so shy, right? Baby, you're so shy,
In this video, we will learn about a massive volcanic complex that extends from Yellowstone to the north and south. These volcanoes are older than the Yellowstone caldera, and their eroded remnants form the spectacular Absaroka Mountains. Within these gorgeous mountains, we will search for clues to the nature of the volcanoes that formed various landscapes. We'll learn about the processes that form beautiful and interesting rock. Wonderful features will be investigated. Evidence of massive volcanic forces will be explored, and we'll see amazing examples of catastrophic events. We'll learn about many great forests that were engulfed by volcanic deposits and petrified. We'll discover a surprising reason grizzly bears thrive in these mountains and the importance of the region to wildlife such as these bighorn sheep. Hello, I'm Myron Cook. Yellowstone. What a beautiful and fascinating place to visit and learn about. I know that most of us, well, actually probably all of us, are familiar with the great hot spot that lies underneath Yellowstone and these giant eruptions that occurred as a result. You know, the supervolcano. But I'm going to let you in on a secret. In my opinion, the best places to see ancient volcanic features aren't even in Yellowstone, although they're right adjacent to it. And surprisingly, many people drive through these areas unaware. So it's my hope that this video will inspire you to visit some of these areas on your next trip to Yellowstone. We'll start this adventure along Highway 14 between Cody, Wyoming and Yellowstone National Park. I've finally made it to the first volcanic feature that I want to show you. I know many of you know how this wall was created that stretches off into the distance. It's quite striking, isn't it?
Boy, what a struggle to get to here. I had to push through some heavy brush there along the river, cross the river. I was in water up over my knee here, and it's pretty swift, a bit dicey, and I'm in a bit of a hurry. It looks like rain's moving in on me. But I've done all this to come to this magnificent volcanic wall. It's a volcanic dike where the hot magma forced its way up, fracturing the earth, bursting to the surface. It's really spectacular, and we have this wall preserved here. And I wanted to come here and see this and put my hand on it. I could see it from the highway, but so it's cool. It's really neat. Beautiful, beautiful. Now here comes the fun. Imagine being a geologist back in the day, and you first come across these dikes like this. You know what the first thing you want to do is? Yeah, you want to trace it out. Not only that, you want to look for other dikes like this one. And you just keep tracing them out and mapping them on a map. And if you're fortunate, it could reveal a marvelous pattern. And this very dike, and many in this area, help us understand something rather spectacular, actually quite spectacular.
We've been focused on the dike extending up into the mountains to the north, but it turns out it's also very interesting to look to the south across the Shoshone River. The side of the dike is here, and the Shoshone River is here in the distance. And if you look carefully, you can see the dike in the mountainside. Isn't this impressive? Not only do we see the main dike, we see other dikes branching off of it. Here on the steep mountainside, the dike doesn't form a wall, and it cuts way up nearly to the top of the mountain. It looks like it ends right here. I'm going to get over there and put my hand on it. It's a nice, fresh surface.
Unfortunately, I've got to cross this river again, and this time I'm going to take the time and put a little camera here on my tripod, my walking staff, so you can see my adventure. It's a bit dicey. The water's pretty shallow for about half of it, but as you get across to the other bank there, it gets kind of deep and pretty swift. Here we go. I've done these a few times in my life, crossed these rivers. The rocks are quite slippery. I don't have special shoes on for this. I could get real wet, and I could definitely ruin some equipment, but no risk for me. Right up to my hip pocket. Woo-wee. I'm getting too old for this. Still deep. I had a better route crossing the first time. Hey, guess what? I made it. Whew. Oh boy. Well, I made it. Gosh, I'm wet all the way to my pocket here. Bit much for me. I don't know if I'll do that too many more times. It gets a little harder for your balance as you get older. But it'd be a bit entertaining to take a swim. If it weren't for my equipment, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I hope you enjoyed that. Amazing to see this dike in cross section. It's been cut to make the roadway for a little bit up here, and then it's a naturally steep mountainside. And you see this great cross section of this dike, and it's the very same dike we saw across the way where it's naturally eroding into a wall. This is just as fun as it gets.
Following the dike further, we see that it points deep into the mountains. There are other spectacular dikes that also point deep into the mountains. In fact, there seems to be dikes everywhere. The more you look, the more you see. If we mark 2 of the dikes we visited on Google Earth, we don't see a pattern. The first one is about 4 miles long, and the second one is about 5 miles long. One has to wonder if they're related to each other. Geologists mapped this region from the mid-1960s through the mid-90s, and of course they mapped the significant dikes shown here with red lines. Wow, that's a lot of them. This map is about 6 miles wide. But as often is the case, we need to see a larger area to reveal the full picture. I digitized the dikes from the geology maps and put them onto Google Earth. It's rather obvious that these dikes point to the center of a massive volcano, isn't it? It's referred to as the Sunlight Volcano and last erupted about 48 million years ago during the Eocene period. Based on observations, we know it was a massive stratovolcano, also known as a composite volcano. Mount Fuji of Japan and Mount Kilimanjaro of Tanzania are 2 great examples of stratovolcanoes. Of course, we want to see what the core of this volcano looks like today after some 48 million years of erosion. This will be new to me. I've never been there before, and I wonder what I will see as I drive into the very core of the volcano. As I get closer, these 2 mountains catch my eye. Zooming in, the features reveal themselves. The forces involved to shatter these 2 mountains, creating the network of dikes, captures my imagination. Higher and higher we go. What do you think of this mountain of loose rock? Wow, there's more than one mountain of loose rock. Spectacular and rugged country, isn't it? There's a lot to contemplate when looking at this scene.
What an amazing drive coming up here. Just spectacular. I love it. And I came up as far as I could on this Jeep road, which has been destroyed by recent mass movement, and then another big hike up to here, and I could still keep going, but I'm running out of time because there are at least 2 other places I want to visit by the end of the day. But I'm here in the belly of the beast. It's like you can feel the energy of this ancient volcano. You see the great fracturing of the rock with the dikes that have injected up into it through entire mountainsides. It's almost overwhelming to think about the power involved in the forces that this volcano had. And then you see evidence of lots of erosion of all these talus slopes. And if you look carefully, you'll see ridges on them and things that looks like the rock is flowing, like a glacier. What's that all about? And then I have a question for you. How much of this volcano do you think has eroded over the past 45 million years or so? Is it a fourth of it? Maybe a little less? Maybe more? Could it be 50%? Man, that's a lot of erosion to think that at one time maybe this mountain was much, much taller. And how would you go about determining how much of this mountain eroded? We're going to go develop a method, and I want you to think about methods that you would use to determine how much erosion and how big this volcano was at one time. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
The amount of rock in these huge piles of talus is rather incomprehensible. If you look carefully, you can see layered deposits such as lava flows built up on the side of the volcano. The slope or the dip of these layers is over 40 degrees. Cresting over the mountain, we see the upper drainage of the Shoshone River. All of this country is deep within the core of the volcano. Looking back, we see the path that I drove in the Jeep up this great valley. And here are the two mountains that are filled with a vast network of dikes.
Well, I'm about 2.5 miles to the southeast of where we were, with another great view of this great volcano. And boy, it was quite a Jeep trip. I wouldn't have known how to get here. It's a bit tricky, but fortunately my brother is with me to show me the way. So he's along with me on this trip, and I'm really grateful he's with me because we got a flat tire down the road a ways back there, and it's pretty good work, you know, moving around these big tires. So I'll say hi to Elgin here, and I'm grateful for his help.
We see mountains of talus like we saw at the other location. If you look closely, you can see me. I'm a bit camouflaged though. The massive amount of rock we see is a testament to how quickly erosion can tear a mountain down. Again, we see evidence of great forces involved. I'm sure you're curious about the patterns that you see in these huge piles of rock. I'll do a separate video on that in the future.
What an amazing place. It's really very inspiring to me. See this great wall here. There's some evidence of mineralization here. I'm close to the very heart of this great volcano, and to think about the great eruptions that occurred. And then the steady erosion, the power of erosion, how it's just tearing this mountain down. I mean, very quickly. But turning back to, you know, some 45 million years ago, to think about the impact it had on the Great Plains surrounding this volcano, especially off to the east, where you had subtropical climate, you had many early mammals running around enjoying their lives, early horses, hippos, the early predators, and many other animals living out there in peace until this guy went off. And then, well, you can imagine, can't you? But what a wonderful place. I recommend getting up here if you have a really good four-wheel drive. It has to have a low gear range, and the Jeep are smaller, and you can make your way up in here. Of course, there's the option of hiking. It'd be a pretty good hike to get up into this country, but it's worth it. It's worth it.
The Absaroka Mountains are a magical place to be, especially in the spring. It is so peaceful and inviting. But I must say, I enjoy them during all the seasons. Winter is harsh, yet beautiful. It was during the harsh winter in this very area where Charles Belden captured this image on the historic Pitchfork Ranch. He became famous for capturing images of ranch life on the Pitchfork in the early 1900s. I love his photos, and I think black and white photos often capture the scene better than color. I took this photo years ago in these mountains, which I feel captures the mood of volcanic terrain well. As I drive up the mountain on this late summer day, I reflect on the beauty of eroded volcanoes and the astounding geology I have encountered here. The top of the mountain here has a rather gentle terrain, far different from what we've seen earlier. I haven't hiked over to this outcrop before, but it sure looks intriguing.
Really interesting deposit, isn't it? What do we see about this? What do we note? Well, first of all, we've got to talk about the color. It's very light colored, unusually light colored. It ranges from very fine grained when I look at it carefully, and I'll show you some closer photos, but very fine grained. And we get also some pebble size class in here. Even there's some pretty good pebbles, 4 or 5 times the size of marbles in here, and as I look elsewhere they can even get bigger. I also see really faint bedding in here, fine lamina that are dipping within here in various directions. And we think about the system that we're in, a volcanic system, and you start putting it together. You think, well, what's light colored? Volcanic ash. Could it be that this has a lot of volcanic ash in it? Well, in fact, yes, it has a lot of ash within it. And one telltale sign for me, just to come up here and put my hand on it, man, I feel like if I were to rub my hand on here very hard, it would just grate and make my hand bleed. Just scrape it all up. That's all that volcanic glass that's within here.
Under the microscope, we see the lithified ash, which is referred to as tuff. I've included a needle in the image for scale. These are small particles of minerals, rocks, and volcanic glass, although the glass I think is hard to see. Most of the outcrop is a tuff dominated by angular rock and mineral fragments.
But it isn't ash that has just fallen to the ground and is sitting there currently. It's actually been reworked, which is very common. So the ash fell to the ground and the local rivers and streams picked it up, transported it, and redeposited into river deposits, fluvial deposits, which include the coarser grain material up to the very fine, and we see the cross bedding within it. So it's a fascinating unit sitting right here on top of the mountain.
I'm sure glad I walked over to this outcrop, because right next to it I found something pretty special. A double window with some amazing geology surrounding it. I think I could spend easily a half hour studying the geology of this one small area. We'll be learning about these types of deposits soon. Earlier this spring, I did a flight to investigate some areas of the Absaroka Mountains, and I found something that really got my attention. And after a long Jeep ride, I still have a good ways to go to investigate what I'd found. My goal is to get way out here on this point. I'm a bit hard to see. I'm walking along the top of a lava flow that looks like basalt, but it's lava that is quite rare and is called a trachyandesite. In fact, this sequence is named the Trout Peak Trachyandesite. Trachyandesite is dominated by sodium-rich plagioclase and alkali feldspar. But this lava flow isn't why I came out here. What I'm here for lies below the lava, and it is mind-blowing. Let's let the mountain speak for itself as it's revealed. Be patient. What do you think the darker shapes are? Are these catching your eye? Here are some of them. Make sure and notice the mature pine trees. It helps you understand just how big these blocks are. The more you look, the more you see. Here's a big guy.
Wow, what an amazing mountain. Wasn't it fun to just see the geology reveal itself just as you saw more and more and you started to understand what was going on, at least to some level? I mean, I had that process of discovery when I saw it. It took me a while to start to put it all together, and it just got more exciting by the minute. And I hope you enjoyed thinking about, well, how did this happen? What's going on here? Why are these giant blocks in the mountainside? Now, that's fun to think about, isn't it? And I'm sure many of you have figured it out, at least to some level. And, well, now I have the whiteboard to help us out with this. Let's go to the first over here. We have the Great Volcano. I've even put a few little fancy red lines here to show some heat coming out of the top. And I have this blue line here that represents a fault, a breakaway, where the side of the mountain just broke free and came out. Kind of like St. Helens, maybe something similar, what Mount St. Helens did. And a giant debris flow, or lahar. When we have volcanic debris flows, they're referred to as lahars. They can be very muddy, they can have small rocks, big rocks, and in this case, man, some massive, massive pieces entrained within it. So if we look down upon this lahar, this flow, it flows out and widens out at the toe of it, like I've shown here. If we could just use our imagination here and cut a deep trench right across this big lahar, this is a giant lahar, cut it right through here, deep, deep through the whole thing and look at it sideways, well, this is what this is supposed to represent. So we have a cross-sectional view, complete with my little tree here. In actuality, if I were to draw this to scale, this tree would be way, way smaller, wouldn't it? Because these blocks are just huge, huge relative to this tree. So at any rate, we have this massive lahar, and within it these giant blocks, and they're suspended in matrix. The matrix is all the material between the blocks, and it was mud, and it had a high density. In fact, the density of the mud was very similar to the density of these giant blocks, and that's why they could kind of float in it and be transported without breaking all up and not contacting each other like you see with rocks and rivers and stuff. Because the rocks in a river, you know, they're in a low density fluid, and man, they're banging around on each other. And when they settle down, they're touching each other, unlike what we see here. You know, I could hire a young person to help me out that really knows computers and the right software to create a nice animated 3D view of a huge lahar coming off a volcano. But personally, I like to use what's right here, our imagination. So I want you to just imagine for a minute, just standing off to the side and seeing this enormous flow of debris coming down off the volcano, way out into the flats, and piling up like this. It must have been astounding.
So there you have it. Gigantic pieces of the Sunlight Volcano that broke free, were enveloped in mud, and transported many miles. After this great landslide, great lava flows and other volcanic deposits exceeding 2,000 feet were deposited over the top of it. We're not sure just how far it traveled, but we do know that the center of the Sunlight Volcano is some 35 miles away. I think it likely traveled 20 to 30 miles. Absolutely astounding. There are other examples of these megalahars. Normally, this one would seem very impressive, but not compared to the one we just explored. But there is another truly spectacular one that I got a single photo of from an airplane. Notice the mature trees for scale. With the principles we've learned, we can have some fun analyzing this amazing mountain. How would you draw the boundaries of this lahar? What do you think the sequence of events was to create this mountain? Do you see two distinctive parts to this lahar? Let's start by mapping the top of the lahar. This is where I think it is. It seems to me that there are two parts to this lahar, an upper part and lower. The lower is where all the giant blocks are, and the upper part seems to be more layered and has fewer blocks. The blue line is where I place the contact between these two parts. I think you could make the case to draw it somewhat differently than this, but this is my interpretation. On the right side of this flow, I think you see evidence that this filled a large canyon. To me, the base of the flow seems to be plunging down steeply. The green line is where I put the base, at least what you can see of it. I really like this mountainside exposure because you can see the original shape of much of the lahar, and it's dramatic. But I also really like this outcrop because you can clearly see what happened after the lahar was deposited. There were many thick lava flows of trachyandesite that filled in around it and over the top of it. If you focus your eyes on layering within the lava, it helps you see it more clearly. I've drawn in a few of the layers with blue lines. This helps us clearly see how the lava flowed right up to the massive lahar as it filled up around it. It's a pretty spectacular mountainside, isn't it?
As you'll recall, a while back I asked you to think about how you would estimate the height of this ancient volcano. How tall was it? And thereby figure out how much erosion has occurred in the last 45 million years or so. And these are really fun things to think about. It helps you imagine this whole scene that was present at the time. And I hope you've had fun thinking on this. And I'm going to give you a major clue. I think the key to this estimation, is using modern analogs.
Mount St. Helens of Washington State is a well-known example of a stratovolcano, and the Mayan volcano of the Philippines is a great example of a stratovolcano. It has that classic shape we are all familiar with. The beautiful Mount Fuji of Japan also has a very classic shape. And then there's the mighty Kilimanjaro of Tanzania. There are over 700 stratovolcanoes in the world, and a very high percentage of them have that classic shape to them. This rather predictable shape can be used to our advantage in estimating the sizes of ancient stratovolcanoes. I think we can assume that the ancient ones also had similar shapes.
The assumption that we make that stratovolcanoes have similar shapes is a very powerful thing to use. It's a great tool to use into the past, because now we can start to understand how big these volcanoes could be in the past. And I've got a cross-section here of Mount Fuji. And the dark line here is the ground that the volcano built up on. It's not sea level, it's the ground. And I have, of course, Mount Fuji. Now, the thickness of the volcanic pile, or sometimes I refer to it as the vertical relief of the overall volcano, is about 11,400 feet. And the radius of it, the distance from the center to the edge of the volcanic material deposited, is about 8 miles. So that's one member that we can put on this sketch. Let's sketch Kilimanjaro, which is much bigger. Let me try to do that here. Oh, I'm going to bring it about here and up like this, something like that. Well, Kilimanjaro, the vertical relief on that is about 15,800 feet, and the radius from the center out to the edge is about 20 miles. So we have 2 points for us to consider, 2 analogs, and now we can place the Sunlight volcano. So what we're trying to get at is the vertical relief of the ancient Sunlight volcano, and then we can have fun with how big it was when it was active and how much erosion has occurred. So the one thing we know is the approximate radius, or at least we can use a proxy to estimate that radius. And right now we're using the dikes that we've seen. Now that, as we get more information, we might decide that that's a bit wrong, shall we say, that we need to adjust it. And I have a feeling it's going to get bigger. But for now, let's use those dikes. And the radius of those is about 12 miles. So if we do that and say the radius is about 12 miles and sketch something in, I'll make it in blue here. I'll go something like this. Just like something like that. It's in between Fuji and Kilimanjaro, closer to Mount Fuji. And if you do some math and think about it, you come up with a vertical relief of about 13,000 feet. And with that knowledge, we can think about erosion.
But first, I need to give you some important information. There are places where you can see the contact between the sedimentary rock formations and the volcanic material that was deposited upon it. All the material below the home on this ridge is sedimentary, not volcanic, and the darker colored mountains in the background are all volcanic. A Google Earth view gives us a better perspective. The prior photograph was taken right here in this area, and here we can clearly see the contact between the volcanic and the sedimentary. The elevation of the contact is variable, but on average is around 6,500 feet. An even higher view is quite informative because we clearly see how the Shoshone River has cut down through all the volcanic material to reveal the sedimentary rocks underneath. We also see the light color here, which is at the very core of the volcano. Finally, the full picture comes into view with the radial dikes pointing to the very core. Now comes the fun. I want you to create a picture in your mind of how high this volcano might have been above the current landscape. For reference, the peaks within the core are about 11,500 feet or so tall. Jacob Ruffner, an expert in GIS, reached out to me and offered to help. He created a scaled model of the volcano over this very terrain, and it expresses well the image I had painted in my mind. Thank you, Jacob. The spectacular mountains at the core we visited seem so small underneath this once great volcano. Astounding. If we take the elevation of the ground level that the volcano built upon of 6,500 feet and add the vertical relief of 13,000 feet, we get an elevation of 19,500 feet for the peak. To help us understand the size of this mountain, we can take the Gateway Arch of St. Louis and place it to scale in the model. Can you see it? It's very small. When you do the calculations, you find that about 2/3 of the volcano has been eroded. Yes, 2/3. And soon we'll make some observations that suggest it's even more than that. Also, I want to mention that at the time this volcano was active, the base of it wasn't too far above sea level, but about 10 to 15 million years ago, a vast region along the Rocky Mountains was uplifted, bringing the base up to about 6,500 feet.
This particular video has been quite a project for me. I started filming in the spring and it's continued right into September. And the more I explore, the more I find that I want to share with you. I've learned so much. Recently, I realized that I've just got too much material for one video, so I've decided to break it into 2 parts. Now, in the second video, we're going to see and learn some amazing things, like about
families in this country are having sex with each other. Is that right? Is that nice? I don't think. With the fact that we have a poison. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Happy Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. This is the time for Ramadan, and this is the winter solstice. This is the season of all the holidays. I think this is Ramadan. This is all of the holidays, and it is a season of giving, a season of
taking,
really reflecting on the things we have. And I'm serious. I'm not usually serious on this, but often I am. Much of what you think is a joke is actually serious, and much of what you think is serious is actually a joke. It's the great irony of the program. You'll never know which is which. I'll be long gone before you can figure it out. Historians will devote lots of paper and pen, ink, or cyber, whatever clicks, to what went on here in this studio the past 7 years. But time during the holidays to reflect on family, right? And to reflect on how lucky we are. Even if we're not lucky, we are lucky. The United Healthcare CEO was lucky. He died doing what he loved, standing outside a Manhattan hotel, getting ready to speak to the troops, to rev up the troops. He died doing what he loved, standing outside of a Manhattan hotel at 6 a.m., getting ready to rev up the troops. He had a call. I believe he was at some investment call or something. He died doing what he loved. How lucky is he? No, seriously. How lucky is he? I think it's time to think about the holidays in a different way. It's too materialistic. It's disgusting. The stores and the toys and the crap. We got too much crap in the country. The United Healthcare CEO is lucky. He died doing what he loved. He died a soldier in the war of healthcare, which is a war. Healthcare is a war between sick people and insurance companies. It's a war. Sick people are very selfish. Have you met any of them? They never stop. Blah, 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 blah. Chemo, chemo, chemo. I have no hair. And you have men like this man, Brian Thompson, who's the CEO of United Healthcare. A great company. And their job, and let's not get it twisted, is to decide which sick people are a good bet. Who's a good bet? Who's a bad bet? Some people win, some people lose. And Brian Thompson and United Healthcare and like Blue Cross, Blue Shield, or whatever. His job is to decide who's a good bet. Who's our money on? Who we putting our money on in the ward? Who's the money going on? Okay? Can't put it all on black. Got to figure out a strategy. I don't know why he was killed. I know that he died doing what he loved, and I know that that's not nothing, and there's something beautiful about working till the very end of your life. The last thought that went through his head was money and work. He was murdered by a gunman in a hoodie in front of a hotel during an investor conference. Deny, defend, and depose were written on the shell casings found at the scene. The killer was smiling at Starbucks before the shooting. The killer was elated. He was happy. He very much wanted to kill this man. He knew the door outside of the hotel that he would be waiting. The killer shared a room in a hostel with a few men. See the killer getting a coffee, smiling. Do a close-up on that. This is, whether you like it or not, an American holiday story. It is. It may not be the ones you grew up with. It may not be the ones, but in America, the Grinch doesn't necessarily have a change of heart. He gets shot outside of a hotel in Manhattan. It's a holiday story in America. There's something nice about the smell of a Starbucks in the holidays. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Why is it so nice? Why does Starbucks hit differently in December than it hits in July? I don't know. Close up on that man's face again. Look how happy he is. The smell of coffee in Starbucks, the hustle, the bustle of Manhattan, the gun in your pocket. A story unfolding. No one knows. A little smirk, a smile, happiness. It's the holidays. It's a special time in America, in New York City. Have you ever gotten shot in the head in New York City during the holidays outside of a hotel?
Robin Hood fan, who's this? Hello, sir? Yeah, Robin Hood fan. Robin Hoodie fan. Okay. What? The lookalike contest? I haven't. You're supposed to dress up like him. That'd be such a baller move.
I'm really sorry. I think I just have a tendency to insult people when I'm trying to compliment them.
What does that say about you?
It says that I care for my friends too much to see them hurt, even if my compliments come off as insults.
Well, wouldn't that just be hurting them?
Isn't that just, like, tough love?
I guess it could qualify as tough.
What? What in for Discord? Yeah. I don't know.
Utah's Great Salt Lake is the largest saltwater lake in the Western Hemisphere, a famous tourist destination and home to a wide variety of exciting wildlife. Yet, from the turn of the century to 1950, a massive wooden 12-mile railroad trestle ran through its center. This was the Lucin Cutoff, one of the early 20th century's most significant megastructures. It brought unprecedented economic impact to the West, not to mention a sense of wonder to those who experienced riding a train across
a pizza and hot chocolate? No.
Although the original
I did not say no degenerate stuff to you. Bro, I'm not gonna go get your fucking hot chocolate and pizza. What the fuck? Who eats hot chocolate with pizza? This is what you, why you are the way you are.
This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the way you are. This is why you are the
Not pizza. Like literally anything but pizza. Sure. Yeah, that'd be more appropriate combination. You're not supposed to eat fish at all. Not hot chocolate. Hot chocolate's made for Yakos. Eat it with Yakos. No. Bro, I'm not gonna get your food. I tried helping Jared. Didn't do no good. Bro, I have thermal shirt, sweatpants, socks, shoes. I have 2 blankets on. A comforter and a blanket. A wrapped inside, a cocoon. No, you weren't. I don't believe you. Maybe I'm dying. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna make. If I'm this cold and you're in shorts, I'm not sure I'm gonna make it, Jared. Old people get cold before they die. Oh no. Probably. Well, I don't know about man, but less person standing. No, it's okay. Did he really? He probably is on vacation. Yeah. I'm streaming. I'm streaming right now. Okay. No, if you go get me something though. Why would we do that? Like what? Semi-detached, detached, semi-detached. Let's see what this does. I'll stream Valorant if you want them. I don't know. I mean, the whole point of this season was to get iron. And somehow I'm gonna get gold again, so whatever. Well, the problem was I placed in bronze, and when you place in bronze, it's over. If you don't get to place in iron, you just lose. And then the problem is it takes 3 months before I can try again. And then in the span of 3 months, I'm like, okay, well, I still want to play the game, and then that's how we end up in the situation we get in. I saw Debbie died, yeah. Didn't she just sue him or something? Again? No. Oof. They live streamed her funeral? I mean, I'd be okay with that. I mean, but that's kind of weird for an old person. Oh, maybe they all should be live streamed, you know? Might be better. You have a channel, just have it on TV. No, but seriously though, imagine that. You could be like, and now we're going to England, where this person, and then you hear the story, and then they go to the next one. I mean, yeah, we need that as well. We're running a little low on content in that area. We'll see. Well, that's pretty fair, I guess. Actually, I'm not ready for this yet. We have to work up to Valorant. We're not ready for Valorant. We need to work up to that. It means I want to go play with the other mentally ill children. I can't believe we accomplished yesterday, Jared. Years. What we tried for years, we finally did. Oh yeah, those people were the worst. Oh, we got an arcane orb. Okay. Hello, team. Hello. I don't think you fucking can. Did they have it in the game? Oh, since when? No, they didn't. No, they did not. No, they didn't. I don't believe you. It didn't happen. No, they never did that.
Feel the thorns embrace.
Who's top? Fuck my life. Bro, don't be talking that way. You're talking disrespectfully. I don't know. Oh, about what? Okay. Yes, you said that. Deserved. Deserved. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is why we need Donald Trump to be president, so that he can release all of our other political prisoners. Oh, that's a little dark. It's a little dark. That's fair. I didn't say it's not fair. Oh my god. What? Yo, dude, I'm pretty wild. That's a little wild. That's a little unhinged for Justin. Oh my god. Spreading misinformation online is one of my favorite hobbies. What's your take on this case, Jared, in New York, where they, like, that guy choked the other guy out? I'm sure you'd have a couple opinions on that one. I don't know, I'm following it. It's like Penny, some Daniel Penny or something Penny. It's, bro, pipe that shit up here. I still can't believe they banned me. Calling my teammate a dog 'cause she pinged me. Yeah. Oh. My what? For what? Another good play. I'm not dying, bro. I didn't die. Oh, I did once. I killed him. What do you mean I killed him?
Wait until my seeds take root.
Retard. Retard.
Come The forest holds memories. An enemy has been slain. Always.
Yeah.
Wait until my seeds take root.
That's like not good, dude.
Careful steps. Venture off the beaten path.
To the National Press Club in just a moment, as soon as that event gets going. Please do, as you come in, hit the like button to boost this stream, because we have a great show. This is going to be a watch party. You're going to want to see this, because friend of the show, Scott Ritter, as leader of and organizer of Operation Dawn, is holding an event at the National Press Club beginning at any moment to speak about, demand no nuclear war in Washington, D.C., just after he got done with Code Pink, with visiting congressional members and their staff, demanding an end to this march to nuclear war, particularly with Russia. So it's going to be a packed program, okay? We have an incredible lineup for this event. And just a reminder who we have. We're going to have panel discussions hosted and moderated by Scott himself. We're going to see Max Blumenthal, Margaret Kimberly, Dan Kovalik, Wilmer Leone, Garland Nixon, Anya Parampil, Ted Postal, Jose Vega, Larry Wilkinson, and Mel Goodman. Many of these folks are friends of the show, have been on the show. It is going to be an incredible event over the next 3 hours, and I am going to host it as a watch party where we're going to look at all of these panels and discuss them as well. There's the discussion on the threat and danger of nuclear war today, how to persuade the Biden administration to act responsibly, and how to mobilize the population to become involved in opposing nuclear war. Now, these panels, I already have the information as to who's speaking on which panel. So on the danger of nuclear war, we're going to have Scott Ritter moderating, Ted Postal, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, and Mel Goodman. Then we're going to have Scott moderating Getting Congress to Act with Dennis Kucinich, who is a late addition to the program. We're also going to see Max Blumenthal, Margaret Kimberly, and Dan Kovalik on that panel following the first. And then the next panel that will be the closing act here, Awakening MAGA, interesting. We're going to have Garland Nixon, Anya Parampil, Jose Vega, and Wilmer Leone talking about how to ensure that under the Trump era, nuclear war is prevented. Because we are on the march to nuclear war. And we are also, mind you, on the march to war. It looks like the program is just getting started. And I'm going to launches officially. Looks like there's some music playing. But I just want to say this. A quick public service announcement before we head to the program. We have to understand, everybody, what is happening in Syria right now. There is an incredible psychological operation being waged on all of us as we speak. And I am sick and tired of the doomerism, of the spreading of HTS, Turkish, Israeli, US, NATO propaganda, the misinformation being spread, and the fear that is being enveloped over the entirety of what we could call the resistance to empire. It is not helping. We are seeing right now in Syria an incredible assault on not just the axis of resistance, but the multipolar world. Syria has been under sanctions for many years, right? Almost 10 years. Syria has been ravaged with sanctions, longer than that, but the intense U.S. sanctions over 10 years. A third of its territory was occupied. It was getting bombed every other day by Israel. And you had Turkey awaiting in the wing to expand its own operation, its own assault, as it obviously used this opportunity as we had Israel conducting its genocidal campaign in West Asia from Lebanon to Gaza, as we had Russia and Ukraine. Turkey was waiting in the wings with U.S. approval and U.S. support to find the right moment to do this, and now it is happening. Now we see these armed groups, these terrorists marching toward Damascus as we speak. And this is a failure, not of the axis of resistance, not of the multipolar world, which has been doing everything it can, making historic gains and pushing back the empire at every front. This is a failure of those who say they support Palestine, who say
many surprises. Enemy rampage.
My friend. How'd you deal with this map? All you little guy. No, it was lot. It was never. It was always low lose. Yeah. No. I had an 0-5. We won lane and I had an 0-5 ADC. Yeah, a couple times. LOL, you not good, they bad. Oh hell no, that guy's a little strong.
Enemy killing spree. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, we've got some degenerates on this team chat. They're meowing.
The heart is the strongest muscle.
What the fuck? Bro, what is wrong with people? It look better. Oh, wait, okay, we're gonna start this over. You can kill all the people you want, but it's you being you. That's the line in the song. The handshake.
Always bring Brom. Sometimes I see
Summoner's Rift.
warm smile.
"30 seconds until minions spawn."
Move like they heard.
Minions have spawned.
You are safe with Brom.
What? Dude, this game. What the fuck is this game? Are you reading this chat, Jared? The dude was like, my dad beat cancer, but chemo beat him. And then he's like, nothing can bring him back. The only thing that can bring him back is winning this game. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Brom is on the job.
again.
My shield is my sword. Take this. Fight like ram.
Oh, this is such a bad spot for us.
Mother always said, don't move. Life is
An ally has been slain.
Rome lives another day. The darker the night, the brighter the stars. I wonder what's around next corner. You can always trust Bro. It is easy. Not so fast. Government boss is best. Fight like ram.
You can't.
These shoes, they are too tight.
An ally has been slain.
If you have problem, you come to me first. Sometimes icy heart just needs warm skin. You are safe with Brom. My shield is healed. Back I go.
An ally has been slain.
key to victory. Also stone. Even heavier. Braum is on the job.
Your turret has been destroyed.
No time for worrying. Sometimes battle is unavoidable. Now this is fun. Right, right.
An ally has been slain.
Mother always said, don't lose. Not so fast. Time for a snack. Perfect.
An enemy has been slain.
Life is good, no? Sometimes steel becomes magic.
This one's for you. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill.
It's very important to take time to rest. The darker the night, brighter the star. You can always trust Braum.
An enemy is dominating.
Let us go.
Enemy double kill.
Problem. You come
Your
to
turret has been destroyed.
Sometimes icy heart just needs warm smile. The horrors of the Isles.
Turret plating will fall soon.
You are safe with Brom.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Back I go.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Heaviest door can be I feel this ill for you.
Down. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
No time for worrying. Mother always said, don't fool. Life is good, no? The darker the night, the brighter the stars.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I wonder what's around next corner.
An ally has been slain.
My friend!
Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
You see that, Jared? That's what we do to these. I tagged. Your dad was right. What? Think about it. They said their dad died of cancer. You literally are cyberbullying children online. You're typing with CIA bots online, trying to win AI arguments. If I saw my son play League of Legends like that, being the same, I'd feel the same way. I don't care. I need it.
everybody would say that guy is a hack, not a comedian, not funny, loser, snuggling up to power. So that's why I said he's more like Rush Limbaugh than George Carlin.
But let's get into Kyle Kulinski with our good friend Josiah from Pondering Politics.
Yeah, this is a great clip. And honestly, man, I think that Kyle Kulinski is just straight up on a mission to destroy Joe
Back,
Rogan,
my headset
to
was
take
off.
him down once and for all and expose this man. I think Kyle genuinely must be hard.